All right. Welcome back. Welcome back to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando, live from Los Angeles. I'm so happy to be with you. So happy to be back. We are going to continue our coverage of Rare Watches by Christie's, which is going to take place on November 6th. I'm actually kind of looking forward to hearing from people as they start trickling into Switzerland, arriving in Geneva, um, because people have been gearing up for the Only Watch, which was going to be one of the signal events, of course, of the fall season in Geneva. Of course, the auctions are part of it. Every other year, Only Watch is part of it. Every year, again, GPHG, the Grand Prix, the prize gala is part of it. I mean, imagine if something, God forbid, happened to the GPHG. So we are gonna take a look at Rare Watches. I'm gonna post a link to that auction. If you would like to draw my attention to any of the particular lots, feel free to send in the lot number with a super chat. Hey, Truth Over Facts. I didn't realize you were in Covina. You're not too far. You're not that far from me at all. Well, I guess about 20 miles or so, but still. Hit the like button for Covina, for Southern California. That's beautiful. I was also, I've been posting some of the stuff that I got to sample, that I got to experience for you when I was at South Coast Plaza last week. I got the chance to visit mainly the Chopard boutique there, which is one of their flagship stores, and a beautiful boutique that's very well stocked. You can basically find the entire line of watches, and of course, when Ken Koshiyama comes from the manufacturer, from Chopard headquarters, so to speak, he brings even more goodies with him. And I had a chance to take a look at a lot of the interesting Ferdinand Berthoud and Chopard LUC pieces as well, which I tried to share here most recently on Instagram, and here in YouTube Shorts. I posted about the new Alpine Eagle 41 XPS. Some of you might remember last year when I visited this boutique for the first time, I had a chance to take a look at the Flying Tourbillon, which was basically the Alpine Eagle given the LUC manufacturer treatment, with a Flying Tourbillon cage at 6 o'clock, with the eagle eye dial pattern emanating from that cage, from that point at 6 o'clock, otherwise uninterrupted, without a date window, which I find a little too large and a tiny bit jarring in the standard versions of the Alpine Eagle. The piece also, thanks to the micro rotor movement, was at once both very streamlined and elevated. The bezel was slimmed. So basically, they took that case, slapped on it the same movement that they have used in the revival of 1860 LUC. the no-date micro rotor, the no-date version of the micro rotor caliber 96, which goes by 9640-L. And altogether, what you have is a 41 millimeter piece, which wears extremely luxuriously and comfortably because of that 8 millimeter thickness, very close to the wrist. The slimmer bezel gives you a better appreciation of the dial, which, as I mentioned, is uninterrupted by a date window. And I think the Salmon dial was a great choice for this because it really distinguishes this particular model perhaps as a more elegant, as a more classically beautiful piece within the Alpine Eagle collection, which otherwise have sweep center seconds and a date window between 4 and 5. So this is an amazing watch. Of course, it has all the treatments that the Chopard LUC watches that carry the hallmark of Geneva otherwise receive. The movements are COSC certified, so within the chronometer specifications. They are also finished, assembled, and regulated according to the best of Genevan tradition. The piece has a beautiful swan neck regulator as well. Very elevated with the 22 carat full gold micro rotor as well. And that's an exceptional caliber. The origin story of it differs sometimes in terms of some of the minor details, but at the beginning of Chopard's establishment with their own independent manufacturer in 1997, Carl Friedrich Schäufele basically contracted Michel Parmigiani with a blank check and basically an unlimited span of time. Some say 3 years, some say 5. Whatever that was, the first iteration of the caliber 196 that came out of it was so ahead of its time that in so many ways its best competitor in the genre and also its predecessor caliber 240 by Patek Philippe is still playing catch up with it. The caliber 96 has about 65 hours of power reserve with a bidirectionally winding rotor, whereas Patek within similar dimensions with the caliber 240 only achieves 45 hours, which again, if you obsess over these small technical details, is something that might actually impress you. At any rate, I was blown away by this watch, even though the design itself, for me, leaves something to be desired. I find it altogether too dainty, a little bit feminine, maybe, for my liking. Maybe that thin, detail of the polished center links is what gets to me in that. I could live with all of those little details, I believe. But ultimately, this segment is just so crowded. I mean, I think this is a great alternative for those who like that integrated bracelet luxury sports watch look in stainless steel. It's a little more expensive than perhaps the Girard-Perregaux Laureatos and Bulgari Octofinissimos of this world, but it is also cheaper than the Chapek Antarctique and more or less at the same price point to its most I think, proximate competitor, which is, of course, the Vacheron Constantin overseas. Ultimately, to me, with screws on the bezel and everything, and the general porthole-like aesthetic is just not original enough, right? For me to really pull me in this segment, you have to do something quite unique. Ask Whiskey Reaper. I love the memes that you post recently. I've been loving it, especially that Wheel of Fortune meme. I adore it. Saint Peter, thank you so much. 199. Salmon Eagle gets my vote. I love the aesthetic, which is why I adore the 1860 LUC. And it was really lovely to see these two watches next to each other, because you see what it means to actually have a vertically integrated manufacture where everything gets built in-house, right? We talk about this in an abstract way all the time. And in fact, on this channel, I complain a lot about the over-privileging of in-house as a simple catchphrase, where it doesn't necessarily always mean better, right? In fact, up until very recently, up until the 21st century, really, the Swiss mechanical watch industry was exclusively based on what they call the établissage system, right? Where you would trust the making of every significant component of the watch to its experts, right? The dials come from one manufacturer. It might even be on the other end of the country. The bracelets might actually arrive from, Pforzheim, Germany. The leather bands might arrive from Italy. The simple movements might arrive from Fleurier. The more complicated, the complications might arrive from Le Sentier or Le Brassus, so on and so forth, right? So I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but when it's actually taken advantage of in the right way, having those resources of being able to make every single one of your components in-house allow you to come up with things that seem quite similar to each other, but can be so much more different when you know how to make those distinctions. I mean, this is also a Salmon dial, right? But because Chopard actually has Metallem, which is one of the best dial manufacturers in the entire country at any rate, they can make two versions of a Salmon dial, differently treated, with different shades of the same color, and differently decorated, right? I believe the Eagle Eye dial involves some sort of stamping, whereas the Chopard LUC 1860 is, of course, engine turned. It starts with a gold blank. And as you can see, it is a two-tone dial, right? Where you have, in addition to the different finishing techniques that are used with the shades of salmon, every single sector of the watch, of the dial, is also framed with this coin-edged finish, which gives you that detail of white gold shining through. So when you have your own dial manufacturer, you can do these sorts of wondrous things that essentially involve the same color, but really convey very different aesthetics in each watch. This is very classically elegant, almost like a champagne tint with a touch of rosé, whereas the Alpine Eagle is very flashy, not in a way that's perhaps too loud, but still with the complexity of that pattern. It kind of has this captivating look, even when the color itself is actually softer and more pastel than what you have in the 1860. Hey, Loose Tooth, I love the Archie Luxury cartoon. Hey, it seems they're learning things. They are catching up with what I have said like a year ago about these characters, right? I had identified Tim Wright as a snake more than a year ago, the minute I entered the community. I had exposed Oisin O'Malley as a drunkard and vicious anti-Semite, someone who fraternizes with neo-Nazis and in fact takes pride in that. Um, better late than never, right? It takes other people perhaps another 10 to 12 months to realize what I have foreseen, but it's okay. Yeah, it gives me a lot of pleasure to say that I was right. So at least I can enjoy that. And again, both of these watches have a lot in common, even though they are so different, right? They're in stainless steel, which is a first for the 1860 LUC, because that watch marking the institution of Chopard as an independent manufacturer was a precious metal watch. They both have the same microrotor movement. In fact, the same version of the microrotor movement, that 9640L, without the date and with small seconds, which actually is something of a problem, of course, because now they have two hot releases that use the same movements, which, of course, increases the lead time when people actually order these watches. And the 1860 is, however, much more restrained, again, much more classical in its proportions, much more conservative, scales right over 36 millimeters, 36.5. So it's a very old school dress watch. The case shape is also very, very classical, doesn't have that qualité fleurier aesthetic of a lot of Chopard's more modern dress watches, which have these shouldered lugs that have these distinct shoulders. Let me show you one example of that. As you see, this is a much more classically inclined case, but both of the watches have a very sleek profile. Both of the watches, I think, would make great daily wearers for people of different lifestyles, right? Even though this is a very dressy piece, I can certainly see it as something much more than that. If it were in a precious metal, if it were in yellow gold or pink gold, perhaps I couldn't say it so confidently, but I think this could be a great daily wear. And in a larger collection, it could also be a great dress watch. And in each case, I think the price point is, again, not outrageous, right? We're not talking about an affordable segment here necessarily, but it's also not 35, 40, $50,000. And obviously that has something to do with the fact that these watches were made in stainless steel. So the 1860 LUC is 23,700, if I'm not mistaken, and the Alpine Eagle 41 XPS with the Salmon dial is 22,900. And when I said like the 1860 LUC can make something like a daily driver or an everyday wearer, I genuinely mean it, right? It has those details that are quite captivating and very aesthetically pleasing when you actually focus on them, right? That's those two-tone aspects of the dial, which are distinguished by those white gold sector frames, the coin-edged frames that peek through, are part of that detail. The new guilloche pattern at the center of the dial that this time emanates from the plaque that carries the signature is another great detail. The fact that there's no date, which was a feature of the original 1860 LUC, is another appealing thing for me. But ultimately, for example, when you look at something like this, which again is a watch that I like, right? This is the Alangonzone Saxonia thin copper blue, which is basically the oversized version of the Saxonia thin at 39 millimeters. Again, very thin, has a beautifully sleek profile when it sits on the wrist, but it's larger. The dial is much bigger. In fact, it feels even bigger than the diameter of the case would suggest. And as it happens, this dial that is a lot of times likened to the natural semi-precious stone aventurine is even flashier than that. The glass dial, right, that is called goldstone, blue copper, or copper blue. It's beautiful, but I don't really see it as a watch that you can wear with abandon day in, day out in any context. Whereas I can certainly say that about the 1860 LUC, because it's so much more muted, so much more classically proportioned, and so much less loud, even though if you know how to look, you can lose yourself in the details of both the dial and, of course, the caliber, which I displayed on the short I put here. I do prefer it without the date, but I'm a purist when it comes to that. So don't just take my word for it. This is the movement 9640L. Swan neck regulator. Very distinct Geneva stripes. Polished bevels with the angles on the bridge plates. The circular graining or perlage for the entire main plate. The jewels countersunk with, it's really a beautiful movement that is also quite technically rigorous as well, especially for its genre. And I think Thomas agrees with me, right, when it comes to the date, no dates discussion. Yeah, just to give you an idea, I think Mr. Watchley still has one, right? If he doesn't, maybe has already sold it. But this is how the original was. You can see that the design is not exactly the same. Right? The lugs are slightly more extended and a little thinner, I believe, in the original. The dial is very similar, also made by Metallem, but the wave pattern here emanates from under the hand stack, whereas the newer version has it coming out of the signature plates. And as you see, the original has a date window at 6 o'clock, which, again, it's my hang up. I never like date windows on watches, but then again, I've never cared much for dates, right? I'm a pretty independent person in what I do for work, in terms of being kind of the master of my own time, so to speak, captain of my ship, which is going to be even more so the case starting with the month of May, when I'll be with you much more often with both live stream and produced content, since this is going full time. I do want to point that out. And the more you can do to support me in any way, the more that is reflected in the quantity and quality of content that is coming through. But otherwise, as you see, coming back to the watch, the hands are the same, multifaceted Dauphine style. The dagger style, again, multifaceted, applied hour markers remain the same as well. The case is quite similar, if not exactly the same, but the dimensions, the broader design details, more or less remain the same. Thinking about, the options, listen, it's really up to you, right? These are great neo-vintage watches, which were 3-5 years ago much more affordable, of course, but you can say that about basically 90% of the watches on the market. And the price point more or less remains the same, right? If you want a decent example of these in white gold, in yellow gold, in decent condition, you will be paying about $25,000 at any rate. If you don't mind getting one in stainless steel, or if you actually like all the aesthetic features that the new one provides, and perhaps like me, you much prefer stainless steel watches as daily wearers, this is actually a good deal. Because honestly, again, Chopin could have asked for more. Chopin could have made it a limited edition. They could have done all bunch of they could have done all kinds of fuckery that other brands do. They haven't. This is a brand that actually listens to its collectors, right? This is a brand that actually cares about what their collectors want. And this is something you see in both of those releases, right? We whined to these people saying, hey, the Alpine Eagle is really cool, but I wish you brought the expertise, the Geneva seal movements, the sleek micro rotor elegance that you have in LUC. I wish you brought that on board with the Alpine Eagle. It didn't take them long, right? The piece was released in 2019. Already in its second generation, this is what you have. Same thing with 1860. Hey, I wish you brought that back, and I wish it were something more affordable here in stainless steel and without the date window, because that's what usually the collectors ask. And Thomas said he likes the leather strap. That's Can's choice, because he gets really irritated by the alligator straps, right? Which are of course really popular with a lot of high horology brands, with like large scales on the outside and small scales for the lining of the strap. But the way those straps are produced, of course, is not necessarily a humane process. So a calfskin strap that has this kind of nice texture, I think, straddles both ends of the spectrum quite well. It looks pretty cool and casual, but without necessarily sacrificing that elevated dress watch feel of this particular design either. And of course, this is one of my favorite pieces. I know St. Peter loves it as well. This is the LUC Chopard Quattro Spirits 25. The 25, of course, marking the 25th anniversary of the establishment of Chopard as an independent manufacturer for watches. The movement utilizes for this power-hungry complication. Glad we have added that to the vocabulary as well. The 4 barrel movements, which are stacked and coupled in series, which altogether gives the watch, I believe, an 190-hour power reserve, so 8 days. There's a power reserve indicator on the back because they wanted to have, again, that pure beauty on this dial, which is made out of a pink gold blank to match the case. Grand feu enamel, so oven fired, to achieve this porcelain-like bone color. All the numerals and the railroad track for the minutes is also in black enamel. That goes for the signature of the brand as well. And that pink gold, which frames the hour at 6 o'clock, is actually the opening. It's like an organic opening, right? It's not an added gold frame. That is the gold blank peeking through the layer of enamel. So quite magnificent, and again, very artisanal in a way, because it has that feel of handwork when you zoom in, even though it is really perfection when you look at it from a little bit of a distance. And this watch too is very wearable, 40 millimeters in diameter, and with all the complexity and technicality of the movement, and its rather generous power reserve at 8 days. It's 10.3 millimeters thick. So a very beautiful watch. I still can't believe how it's not sold out at 100 pieces. It's not really the kind of watch that would fly off the shelves, and it is a little more expensive than the other two watches that we are looking at. I believe it's a little over $43,000. But it's really very, very striking and very beautiful. And I'm, again, with Chopin, that beauty never comes at the expense of utility. I have seen, I'm not going to name and shame, but I have seen jump hour watches from many heritage makers where they would have put, just as a matter of course, the window for the hour at 12 o'clock in a similar design, where you would have the minute hands blocking the jump hour exactly at the time where you should be able to observe the jump, right? Which is very frustrating, and which again makes you think, like, do these people not even have design departments? And if they do, how do they actually hire people into those departments? But those are the kinds of disappointments that you will never have with LUC, because that's the approach, right? No holds barred, no expenses spared. It reflects, it's a brand that listens to the collectors, but it also reflects the personal tastes of Karl Friedrich Schäufele. And thankfully, unlike some other brand executives, owners, and presidents, the guy actually has great taste. So that really, really does help. And I want you to listen to this shutter click that's really impels you to seize the day. Did you hear that? You know, when the hour jumps, there's this kind of shutter click like noise, which is perhaps the most beautiful allegory of seizing the passing of time. Yeah, it's a fascinating watch. Beautiful piece. Yeah, I agree, Thomas. I think you were talking about the 1860 LUC. I think it's much better without the date window, as you see. It's just more uninterrupted, pure, very elegant. And here too, again, it's a very thoughtful design, right? You actually see the jumping of the hour when the minute hand gets to the top of the hour. Anyway, those were the three LUC Chopard watches that I really enjoyed. Of course, the third chapter of Berthoud with the cylindrical hairspring was really stunning as well. The white gold version with its pale yellow gold frosted finish movements that you can glimpse through the open work dial gives it that sort of heritage look, right, that you would in fact associate with either pocket watches, vintage pocket watches, or even it can make you recall the marine chronometers, which actually inspire, of course, this specific style. And as I get my water, I will leave you with LUC Full Strike in blue sapphire, which is such a stunning watch.
Be quiet, sir. Sure. Be quiet, sir.
Now, I'm sure the traditionalists who perhaps have entire collections of chiming watches could disagree with this. And I won't really begrudge them for it, because obviously every manufacturer has their preferred material when it comes to minute repeaters, when it comes to chiming watches, because of the pitch, because of the timbre, because of the texture and feel of the sound. But I really appreciate the fact that Chopard, again, is trying to be on the vanguard for this with that sapphire monoblock system that they use in their Full Strike series, in their chiming watches, was already quite groundbreaking in terms of how clear and loud it is. But I think beyond that, it's also important that they're exploring a material that's non-traditional, that's not really done by any other manufacturer at this level. And of course, they are taking things up a notch by actually using full sapphire cases with these watches. One of the great things is also the governor, not the governor that we usually talk about on this channel, but the governor that dictates the pace of the hammers, right, that articulate the time, that chime, the hour, the quarters, and the minutes, is very silent, which is again exceptional. And it's not just something insignificant, right? Because it's not really that irritating, because it's something that you get used to. It's something that you expect to hear, and somehow it disappears in the background, but you have this whirring or wheezing sound whenever you operate the chiming watch, right? Whether it's by a slide or a button, you first start hearing that governor, right? Kind of like it's a little similar to the sound you would get from hand winding an automatic watch, right? Like a whirring or wheezing kind of sound. And then you will start hearing the chiming. Here, you almost don't hear the governor, right? It still dictates the pace of how the hammers strike the gong, but it itself is pretty silent, which helps you fully appreciate, without any sort of distraction, the sound of this watch.
Mr. I'll be quiet, sir. Mr.
Okay, all of this was way too geeky. I have lost the little group of listeners that I actually have. Those of you who have been patient and who have stayed on, I appreciate you. I love you. And let's get back to the auction coverage. I have covered most of the Passion for Time auction, which is a single owner collection that is coming up on the block on the same day. Rare Watches doesn't have that sort of principle in its selection. So a lot more of the usual suspects, but also truly rare pieces as well. And again, I'm gonna share the link in the chat. If you want me to dive in detail into any one of the lots, just send in the number with a super chat, and I will be more than happy to do it, even if I covered it in one of the earlier episodes. I know this is let's start with something that might appeal to mainstream taste, but certainly has a little bit of odd or quirky touch to it. This is lot number 13, lucky number 13. And it is a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 116509. It's from around 2004. White gold with the matching tachometer bezel, on the matching oyster bracelets with polished center links, and mother of pearl dial that has this kind of yellowish tint to it. Kind of has the look actually of that Daytona Beach, that comes, of course, on the lizard strap, right, with those fixed end links. Of course, that would be 116519. But the aesthetics are very similar, except here you basically get the full bracelet as well, which actually makes the watch seem perhaps a lot less adventurous and simply more aligned with the tradition of Daytona, even though it has that jewelry-like aspect. Right, of course, it is in white metal, it is in white gold, but it has a dial that strays a little further away from the norm. I guess from a distance, it might seem quite similar to, again, similar white gold Daytona references with the meteorite dial, but perhaps has that has a more traditional jewelry-like look that some might also consider feminine with the mother of pearl dial. And they have actually gone, full 9 yards with it. And it does come with a presentation box that's pretty similar to the Daytona Beach presentation boxes with those lizard skin covers. This is lot number 13 for a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona 116509 in 18 karat white gold, mounted on the matching oyster bracelets and with an estimated value of 30 to 50,000 Swiss francs. Very beautiful piece. I always have a hard time to decide what I think of the Roman numerals with the Daytona. It depends on, what side of the bed I got up from. Some days I think it's extremely beautiful, distinguished, very classic looking, elegant. Other times I feel like it's really out of place on a sports watch, right? We had a similar conversation when we were looking at the meteorite dial version of these watches, right? Where you also have very striking red accents on the dial as well. And somehow, I have the feeling that the Roman numerals feel out of place. I don't know. Today, I love it. Tomorrow, you might hear another story. But I think they are somehow more fitting to this mother of pearl dial than the meteorite. I didn't have to go that far, although this was a piece that I looked at yesterday. This is lot number 15, a cousin of what we were looking at. This is 11589, white gold case with fixed end links mounted on a leather strap with the matching déployant clasp, but a bezel that is set with baguette cut diamonds and a meteorite dial that has Roman numerals and red accents, including the centrally deployed chronograph second sand. And this absolute baller of a piece at lot number 15 has a pre-auction estimate that's set between 60,000 to 100,000 Swiss francs. I don't know. What do you guys think about Roman numerals on the dial of a Daytona? Let me start a poll. Is it a hell yeah or is it a fake no? Please let me know. And if you also click the like button while you're at it, I will love you forever. Thank you so much. Speaking of stone dials, unique expressions of Rolex pieces, you have two bloodstone dials set right next to each other for two examples of the Rolex day dates. Lot 23 is a platinum piece, 18346. As you guys know, Rolex just introduced the fluted bezel for the platinum version of the day dates. So previously, you would either get one with a smooth bezel or something like this, where you have actually a bezel set with brilliant diamonds at the factory. Very interesting example of the bloodstone here, which has a lot of freckles, right? Which is something that I have never seen to this extent, actually. I don't know if it's just the photography, if it is this vibrant and freckled or speckled in person, I don't know, but it's certainly very striking. And frankly, I don't know what to think about brilliant diamonds on the bezel. You know, I can suck up a lot of different kinds of gem setting on a men's watch, but somehow with this dial, it seems a little too much to me. I feel also it has a lot to do with the vibe of the watch. You know, to me, a platinum day date is already a strong presence. You add to that a very special dial. You don't really also need the jam set bezel. I don't know. To me, it makes things a little too heavy, too weighty for no particular reason. But I can dig it. You know, day date is the watch of excess, right? It's supposed to be over the top. So I guess you can certainly make a case for that. The watch is in pretty stellar condition, by the way. With all the hallmarks intact. As you can see on the case back, everything is pretty sharp. This is again a reference 18346 from around mid-90s. Platinum day dates mounted on the president bracelets in matching platinum. Very well preserved with a rare dial that seems to be unusually freckled for a green bloodstone dial. And basically a full set with the full suite of its accessories, as you can see here in a nice little cutout. And that's lot 23 for this platinum day dates 18346, which is expected to realize a final hammer price between 100,000 to 200,000. Nick Butter, I would save the Roman numerals for Cartier. Why not? Why not? We love Arabic numerals for Jaeger-LeCoultre. We love Roman numerals on Cartier. I kind of love, actually, the racing dials, right? The oversized Arabic numerals that are arranged radially on the hour track for the Daytona. That's what I really like. I know they're not much popular, but I tend to like things that are a little bit quirky, even though a lot of times they have a lot of appeal for the mainstream as well. Truth over facts. Yeah, that's part of my feeling too. I think Roman numerals, he says, are only meant for dress watches. I don't know if they're only meant for dress watches. I don't know if I would be that strict to say Roman numerals only for dress watches and, you know, Arabic numerals only for casual watches. But that's why I usually feel that Roman numerals don't necessarily always fit the dial of a Daytona. So I agree, by and large. Today I'm in that mood. I like it. But some days I just feel that they're out of place on a Daytona dial. So I do agree with you. I like this a little better than the platinum one that we were looking at, even though the speckling here on the green bloodstone dial is a little more muted. This is an 18038, right? As you guys know, bloodstone is a particular kind of green jasper with speckles, with red speckles or freckles that give it that unique visual pattern. This is apparently an example of the single quick set day dates, right? The 5-digit reference 18038 allows you to correct the date instantly from the crown. The 18238 is the first reference number where you can do that for both the day and the date, which is why it's sometimes called double quick set. This is apparently an example from the late 70s that was ordered by King Hassan II of Morocco. I really like these semi-precious stone dials from this particular era of Rolex because oftentimes they are left largely untreated. You know, a few lines of writing. Of course, there's a date window, there's a day wheel, and those are framed as well. Of course, there's a coronet, but there are no hash marks, there are no applied, printed, or painted hour markers. So you get as much of that real estate you can get to appreciate the unique textures and appearances of these semi-precious stone and sometimes wooden dials from that vintage era of day dates and date justs. These are apparently the cufflinks that are styled with elements of a president bracelet made by Chaumet. I kind of love how tacky and obnoxious it is. It's so obnoxious that I can imagine this on the cuffs of our own Big Meech. And again, the watch seems quite well preserved. And it does come with an archival extract from Chaumet. Right, that refers to the particular engraving on the back. It does confirm that it was sold with a pair of cufflinks. And that it was bought by His Majesty King Hassan II as well in a single case. Very interesting. Very cool. That is lot 24. Reference 18038. A classic single quick set Rolex day dates in 18 karat yellow gold on matching president bracelets from late 70s. One that has been bought along a pair of cufflinks that are styled like the president bracelets from the famous Parisian jewelry house Chaumet by King Hassan II of Morocco. This can be a very interesting item to observe. Because it can, I think, attract ambitious collectors who might be interested in this rather unique combination of Rolex with another jewelry house and another royal family that we don't hear much about, right? We get a lot from Oman, UAE, and even even the Saudi, but we hear much less. Or even watches that have been associated with Saddam, Assad, so on and so forth. But we rarely hear about watches from the personal collection or timepieces that are associated with the King of Morocco. So this can be an interesting piece to follow, to see if it sells, how much it sells for, because the pre-auction estimate is fairly ambitious, set within the range between 200,000 to 400,000 in Swiss francs. My friend Alireza, who is also a member of the channel, 2525. I need you to use your influence to get someone to make a day date GMT at 41 millimeter or above. Ball watch has two models that almost fit the bill. Thank you. Good night. I will expect results in 9 to 13 months. Okay. Look, I mean, I'll try. I will talk to some people. A day date GMT at 41 millimeters or above. You mean, of course, you mean 41, like a real 41? Because the Royal Oak 41, for example, yeah, Ali, if you are still there, please do let me know. What is because I'm not very familiar with ball watches, right? I mean, I know the brands, I know the models they have, but it's not the kind of watch that I have put on and tried and spent a lot of time with. So I don't know how their 40 or 41 millimeters or 42 millimeter watches wear. So 41 like Patek 41, 41 like AP Royal Oak 41, 41 like the new Submariner 41. Let me know if you have any reference points for what you mean. You know me, I don't have direct influence over anyone's production line, but sometimes I say things and, when I'm talking to the right person, and that does happen once or twice a year, they might actually listen to what I have to say. So who knows? But at least let's know. I want to know exactly what we're talking about. As it happens, by the way, when it comes to these semi-precious stone dials, of course, the day date is more prestigious traditionally, but there's something also very beautiful about the date justs because, again, you get the most minimal interruption, right? Because you don't have that opening at 12 o'clock for the day as well. This is lot number 21, a 1601 in yellow gold, 18 carats, presented on a matching Jubilee bracelet. Of course, the fluted bezel from mid 70s and a tiger's eye dial. Which again has that uninterrupted look, no hash marks, no hash marks for seconds or minutes, no track, no hour, no hour markers, just a few lines of writing, the coronet, and the date window under the Cyclops at 3 o'clock. This is apparently an example made for the English markets, which they can tell from the hallmarks. Nick Butter says, I have to step away for a sec. I shall return soon. I will look forward to it, man. Truth Over Fact says, problem with HSO, you lose the more desirable president bracelets. Yeah, sure. I do love the president bracelet, but there's something quite charming about vintage Jubilee bracelets as well. And I know it's really an acquired taste, right? Some people absolutely detest that jingly jangly feeling, that from the endlings to each part of the bracelet, it's loose, it gets stretchy over time, which might make it feel very comfortably, but it doesn't hold together like a modern bracelet, right? So if you have grown to like watches in the last few years especially, or if you have gotten used to luxury watches through contemporary Rolex, chances are you'll hate vintage Jubilee bracelets especially. But it is a wearability and comfort that's quite addictive if you can get over yourself. Ali Reza says, ball watch layout is like a GMT Master or sub. So their 40 millimeter is like a 39.5 in reality, looking for a proper 41 millimeter sub format. Okay, that's a good reference point. Ali Reza says, there you got it. Sub 41 millimeter or bigger. I issue not. I actually think you might know the right people to mention it to. No comments. Truth Over Facts. I've just read that. Yeah, I think the dial here is very beautiful. I know Tiger Eye is kind of an acquired taste, right? If you're an old head, you might think of it like a TV that is malfunctioning, that you have to hit on the side a few times so that the picture comes back, but I think it actually has a very multi-layered candy kind of look, right? Kind of a more elevated root beer dial. And this is a piece that comes naked, just a watch, and it is expected to fetch an amount in the range between 30,000 to 50,000 in Swiss francs. I really like this anthracite gray dial, and this is apparently a president that is made for the Japanese market. 1803, classic, early 70s in this case, 4-digit Rolex day date, mounted on a president bracelet, and has this unique anthracite gray dial, which is not the most exciting, right? It's not like the semi-precious stone, mother of pearl, and meteorite dials that we were just looking at. They know it's a Japanese market example because the bracelet is made in Japan and stamped as such. And obviously, the documents, the product literature that accompanies it, actually is in Japanese as well. Very fascinating piece. Yeah, I don't know why I like it so much. I think it kind of reminds me of, I don't know if you have seen what they call a root beer submariner, right? In the sense that you have a black dial that has aged and that became tropicalized in such a way that it looks like a later two-tone or gold GMT master dial. In this case, you have an anthracite gray sunburst dial, which looks as if it is an aged version of the black, like a black dial, which I think can go really well as well. I mean, who can argue with the combination of black and gold, right? When it comes to a luxury watch. But this has that sort of patinated feel or look that, again, I like it in an unexpected way. Don't ask me tomorrow. I might change my mind. Today I like it quite a bit. This is a classic 4-digit Rolex day dates, reference 1806, in yellow gold, on matching president's bracelets or presidential bracelets, made for the Japanese markets. comes with the full suite of those accessories, and it has an estimated value between 10,000 to 20,000 in Swiss francs. I don't know if did I pin the link? I don't know if anyone wants to join me on the panel, but I will still drop the link there and try to pin it. If you guys want to join me on the panel. At lot 27, we have a model from a brand that I absolutely adore and thoroughly respect, but a model and design that I really don't like. The Galet series by Laurent Ferrier, whether they're offered in the rounded case or the cushion-shaped case, is very appealing to me. I even appreciate some of the now discontinued lines, whether the Bridge One, whether we are talking about the Bridge One or the École. I love basically every single design that they have, except for this piece, which is not a problem because I think the wait list for the sport auto models is like, what, 7 to 10 years or something. It's some ridiculous lead time. But anyway, I find it extremely dated. Just something from the 70s that shouldn't even have been made at that time, and that certainly, shouldn't be repeated as a mistake now. But hey, people like it enough that it sells, and in fact that it has a demand that goes well beyond what they can supply in a single year. I do like how they execute the date window at Laurent Ferrier. As you can see, there is an aspiration towards achieving some sort of balance, right, between 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock. At 9 o'clock, you have this tapered and extended hour marker, which connects through that line of the crosshair with the date window at 3 o'clock, which is itself elongated and has this kind of trapezoid shape and a very subtle recess as well. So somehow it feels much more thoughtful, and certainly it doesn't disturb me in the same way that any old date window does. I do also like the kind of soft textured blue of the dial. And I love the fact that it was actually delivered with a little matchbox model of the sports car that Laurent Ferrier and his partner François Servanon drove at Le Mans in 1979, when they placed third as a team right behind Paul Newman's team. So it's quite cool as a presentation, quite cool as a representation of their legacy. I also love the micro rotor movements, which I absolutely adore in their other watches as well. This is the LF 270-01. Very nicely finished. If not, if a little austerely, right? The bridge plates are actually very modern, right? With this kind of gunmetal gray look with horizontal brushing. The anglage, of course, is very, very beautiful. The bridge that stabilizes the platinum rotor weights is again very elegant and nicely detailed with its own interior angles. And this is also an exceptional micro rotor movement, which at full charge has a 72-hour power reserve, right? The full 3-day power reserve. Also, this is one of their movements that have a natural escapement inspired by Breguet's original system. Oh no, sorry, I'm tricking myself here, I think. This does have a more traditional Swiss lever escapement. It's the caliber that they use in. It's the micro rotor caliber that they use in the other series, for example, in the square, the caliber that is FBN 22901, that's natural escapement. This is a little different, both in terms of the finish and in terms of the escapement system. Just to give you an idea of what their more classically finished microrotor movements look like from the Galet series in classic or square. Oh yeah, I'm remembering how much I love these watches. I think Marco Ferrante has exactly this watch, which I absolutely adore. I think this is a very beautiful, very elegant piece. I love the case shape, but I really do adore the movements, which is a little more classically finished here compared to the sports auto version. Which has, once again, a kind of gunmetal gray treatment on the bridge plates that are horizontally brushed rather than given this Côte de Genève treatment that's much more classical. And this movement has a natural escapement that is inspired by Breguet's system, whereas the sport auto has a more traditional Swiss lever. And I actually prefer also here that snailing on the microrotor. Silicon double direct impulse escapement fitted directly onto the balance. The movement has, again, Côte de Genève decoration on the bridges, circular graining on the main plates. The bevels are hand-drawn. The wheel spokes are beveled. The screw heads are polished. And the interior angles of the balance cock are handcrafted with a burin with the microrotor bridge that is hand polished as well. That's the balance cock, and that is the microrotor bridge. Very beautiful movement that is, again, quite technically satisfactory as well. Anyway, going back to the sport auto, sorry for that digression. You have that TV-shaped case on an integrated bracelet, executed entirely with grade 5 titanium. This is a full set with the blue dial from 2022. At lot 27, the piece has an estimated value set between 30 to 50,000 Swiss francs. Please hit the like button, by the way. Again, for a smaller channel like mine, it matters absolutely. As you guys know, I have these regular live streams. So if you have just stumbling on the channel, please do note that I'll be with you at least 4, usually 5 times a week on these live streams. I have 3 new videos that I release over the course of the week to the public, and 3 extras again on a weekly basis for the channel members. And those are usually 10 to 20 minutes videos that are in the form of a market digest that I bring out from the archives, but that I will continue to make in a series, perhaps in a more engaging and visual way in the future as well. And because they're always organized around a particular brand, around a specific design, because they always talk about a complication or a particular genre of a watch, even though they speak about specific listings from, say, Chrono 24, they do have that sort of timeless appeal, right? Because I always blend horological and historical description with the specific details of that deal when it comes to the watches that I present. So check those videos out, and if you like them, please feel free to share them with friends as well. I really do appreciate you for that. Just give me 1 second. Lot 28 is what used to be the sports watch of de Bethune. This is a model, a case shape that they moved away from, a case shape that has a strange appeal to me. I love these kinds of outrageous sports watches that I will never be able to wear, that I would never be able to pull off on my puny wrists. You guys know my obsession with the Roger Dubuis Easy Diver which is 46 millimeters for most of its time-only versions, and 48 and chronographs, and 48 millimeters for its flying tourbillon iterations. By the way, I should switch microphones soon before I go out of battery. And this De Bethune 2022 is, again, another sports watch design that I find really appealing in some strange way, probably because, again, it's not something that I would be able to wear. It has that sort of bezel that's like a rounded rounded hexagonal kind of feel with those bolts, stubby but substantial lugs, and ultimately a watch that, despite its enormous size, really wears relatively close to the wrist. I mean, don't take me wrong, again, this is 48 millimeters. So for most of us, and even for a sports watch, it is quite large, it is quite substantive, but I don't know, the case shape to me is very, very attractive. This is a pink gold version, and of course it has, as always, those beautiful blued titanium details inside and out on the dial and on the movement. That make it distinctly identifiable as a De Bethune piece. It was launched in 2007, the DB22. This particular example is from 2022, apparently. I don't know if it is still in production. The movement is very impressive, with a 6-day power reserve, which is shown in a unique way through this grill-like aperture at 12 o'clock, like vampiric teeth as well. And a kind of slate gray, pale blue dial that is given this radial guilloche detail. Very unique set of hands that are as obnoxious and as unique as De Bethune always gets. These bolts that decorates every part of the bezel and the chapter ring, and that somehow serve as hour markers too, altogether, adding up to 12, alternating in this unique manner, right? On the bezel at 12 o'clock, on the chapter ring at 1, on the bezel at 2, on the chapter ring and at 3, so on and so forth. And again, going back to the movement, it's a self-winding system with a full rotor that is skeletonized. Captain Kirk, I like the Piaget Polo too, but do tell me which version you like. Do you like the new ones that they have been making for the last few years, or the OG Polo, which was a very unique and original design? Kind of a shame that that style has gone away, and in my humble opinion was replaced with something that looks much more generic, like a, like a cousin of Patek Philippe's Aquanaut, really. Going back to the movement of DB22, you have that titanium and platinum balance wheel, a balance spring with flat terminal curve, triple parachute shock absorbing system, and the 6-day power reserve when it's fully wound, as well as those thermally treated titanium details that distinguish it as a de Bethune piece. The DB22 is, for whatever reason, not very well liked by most collectors of de Bethune. Underappreciated, I would say, mostly due to its enormous size and maybe slightly more obnoxious design, but that makes it, relatively speaking, a decent deal as well, which is here reflected in the pre-auction estimates of lot number 20, a pink gold de Bethune DB22 with an estimated value in the range between 18,000 to 36,000 Swiss francs. Please hit the like button. I do appreciate your support. I'm looking at the upcoming Christie's Geneva auction, rare watches. They have 2 auctions now after the cancellation of OmniWatch. One that I covered in previous live streams, Passion for Time, which is focused on the collection, on pieces from the collection of a single owner, single collector. This is the rare watches auction that we are looking at now, is a little more varied, a little more diverse. Lot 30 is an F. Bejon Elegant 48. Believe it or not, this is one of the watches that is most frequently demanded, usually as a first purchase from F. Bejon boutiques, perhaps just as persistently, if not as frequently, as the chronomètre bleu. And even though it's not exactly my taste, I can certainly see the reasoning behind it, or see rather the reasons behind the aspiration of many collectors for this watch. I think the barrel-shaped case design that harkens back to Cartier's Tortue is very elegant, no pun intended. I think Jean's approach to the quartz movements is very original, very innovative. The caliber 1210, which allows the watch to basically hibernate when it's set aside for a little more than half an hour, where it stops running and goes into this hibernation, this standby mode, which helps it, of course, save energy, which increases service intervals and battery life. Everything that you would want from a modern, from a contemporary quartz-operated watch. And the great thing about that is, of course, the great thing that makes this hibernation possible is the microprocessor that keeps operating when the watch goes into hibernation, when the movement slips into that standby mode. That microprocessor continues to operate and keep track of the time. So when the watch is picked up again, the hands go back, or rather set themselves automatically to the correct time that corresponds to when you pick it up, not when you leave it, let's say, on the counter. And again, it's a very different feel than most of the other watches that FP Journe has. Titanium, so it's very light. The dials are glow in the dark. The cases are usually matched with colorful rubber straps. So kind of a watch that straddles very much like Chronomètre Bleu, but in its own way. The different ends of the formality and casualness spectrum, right? It is a very elegant watch in terms of its classic barrel-shaped design, but it is also quite contemporary, not only from the technical perspective, thanks to the caliber 1210, but also in terms of its aesthetics, because it is very décontracté, so to speak, very light, titanium on a rubber strap. So almost like a sports watch. I know Karim Ajja, who is part of the group that owns McLaren, and also a very passionate watch collector, and to my understanding, a good friend of François-Paul Jean as well. He wears an Elegant almost religiously, and wears it on this orange-colored rubber strap, which is very McLaren and very sporty as well. So you have all these different options when it comes to this watch, which, again, it's not exactly my taste, but I can see the appeal. And this is how the caliber 1210 is decorated in its own way, that peeks through the barrel-shaped cutouts on the case back. This is lot number 30 for an FP Jaune titanium Elegant 48. Matched with a stainless steel FP Jaune déployant clasp, USB key polishing cloth, as well as its original presentation box and outer packaging. Lot 32 is a limited edition piece that was made for the opening of the FP Jaune boutique in Dubai, if I'm not mistaken. It's a version of the chronomètre Souverain, in a 40 millimeter platinum case. It eliminates the power reserve indicator at 3 o'clock, shall we say. So the dial aesthetic, for that reason, seems very similar to a chronomètre bleu, even though the dimensions of the watch is much like the chronomètre Souverain in 40 millimeters with a platinum case. And of course, the watch is powered by a classic caliber that is executed in 18 carats pink gold. One of 99 examples. And again, there's always something special going on in the way these main plates are decorated and inscribed when it comes to limited editions, right? In this case, there is a different finish where it's signed chronomètre Souverain rather than the usual barley corn. I have a hard time coming up with the word for this particular finish, but you probably know what I'm talking about if you have looked at the exhibition case backs of a few examples of chronomètre Souverain or chronomètre bleu. And once again, I'm not a big fan of this green dial at all. But apparently that's the color that was chosen for the opening of the Dubai boutique, since it symbolizes fertility or something, whatever it is. I think of all the shades of green that they could have chosen, this is possibly the least attractive for me. This was made in 99 examples, again, in a limited series. And that Dubai boutique was opened in 2019 in partnership with Sunduqi and Sons, Ahmed Siddiqui and Sons. And it was their 10th boutique worldwide. After Tokyo, Hong Kong, Geneva, Paris, New York, Miami, Los Angeles, Beirut, and Kiev. Chronomètre Souverain, of course, we forget this very quickly because Jean doesn't participate in the GPHG anymore, doesn't participate in the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève anymore. But when the Chronomètre Souverain first came out in 2005, it brought home the best man's watch prize. Jean won a bunch of those prizes. At some point, I think he felt hard done by some of the decisions of the GPHG in terms of the awards they gave. And he just stopped participating. Number 6 out of 99. This is lot 32, a limited edition of the FP Jaune Chronomètre Souverain with a green dial that was made for the opening of the boutique in Dubai. The pre-auction estimate is set between 60,000 to 120,000 in Swiss francs. We looked at some of these cool pieces, but not the centigraph. I tried to love the centigraph, but I think I have a resentment towards it because it replaced in the FP Jaune lineup probably my favorite design by FP Jaune, which was the Octa chronograph. The centigraph came out, I believe, as part of the Line Sport collection in 2010, I want to say. Or maybe a little earlier. Oh, right, in 2007. I'm sorry. And it was by all accounts, developed in conversation with Jean Todt to have a truly contemporary chronograph that was inspired by racing, and that's something certainly reflected in its aesthetics, the way that the dial looks kind of like a dashboard. This is reflected also in especially the titanium models in the Line Sport collection. They have dials that are either anthracite or, as you see here, lemon yellow in aluminum alloy. The movement itself is made from an aluminum alloy, which allows the watch to be extremely light. Of course, the bracelets, case and the bracelets are in titanium. So overall, the watch weighs 81 grams. Ceramic bezel, and a kind of, in so many ways, and in like a lot of other F. Jaune watches, the Centigraph 2 is a cross between traditionalism and modernity, right? You have a watch that has a counter for 1/100th of a second, which it combines with a 10-minute register at 6 o'clock, as well as a 20-second register at 2 o'clock. But it also has kind of like a monopusher configuration, right? Because all the start, stop, and reset functions are taken by this single rocking slide that's right there between 2 and 3 o'clock as well. Once again, the dial has that vague dashboard kind of look with quote-unquote open-worked or partially transparent subdials, which, however, are that bolted on the dial as if it is this kind of classically inspired piece. That is the aluminum alloy movements. The caliber 1506. The case has a very distinctive, almost round shape, even though its integration gives it a slight tonneau-like look, 44 millimeters, but the streamlined design, the lightness, and the ergonomy of the integration of the bracelets makes it wear, I think, much more comfortably and even smaller than what those dimensions might suggest. The centigraphe souverain has a movement that comprises 284 components that can measure elapsed times from 1/100th of a second to 10 minutes. The chronograph pusher, again, is a slide between 2 and 3 o'clock, which you can rock back and forth to engage the chronograph, start, stop, and reset. And the watch has a 100-hour power reserve and a full day of power reserve, 24-hour power reserve, if the chronograph is continuously operated. This is lot 35, FP Jean Centigraph Sport, titanium on the integrated bracelets, with the yellow dial and the aluminum alloy movement, a watch that altogether weighs 81 grams. The piece has an estimated value set in the range between 70,000 to 140,000 Swiss francs. It does come with the full suite of its original accessories. Lot 41 is an AP Royal Oak chronograph from early 2000s in the classic 39 millimeter case with a salmon dial that beautifully complements the white metal case, which is here white gold case, an integrated bracelet and all. Jake Brooks, thank you. Skeleton. All right, let me see. Let me get through this listing and I will get to you right away. We are looking at lot 41, which is a reference 25960 BC and a classic AP Royal Oak chronograph in 18 karat white gold, 39 millimeter case, salmon dial. I've never been a huge fan of Royal Oak chronographs, but I kind of like the earlier iterations. I know the Frédéric Piguet caliber 1185 gets a lot of flack. I have myself never, having never owned a watch with that movement, refrain from making any sort of comments, positive or disparaging. But from a design perspective, I certainly prefer these earlier generations, beautiful tapisserie dials with three slightly oversized subdials of equal size and a relatively subtle and balanced date window between 4 and 5, which I could always do without, but at least, again, it's right there exactly at 4:30, which is something that has been changed around for a couple of times in the subsequent generations of chronographs when it comes to the AP Royal Oak. Of course, this is at once a very elegant and substantive watch. The Salmon dial gives it that sort of classical distinction, whereas the white gold integrated build gives it a lot of substance and heft on the wrist. I think the Salmon dial, the Salmon tapisserie dial, was introduced on the Jubilee of the Royal Oak for the first time on the 20th anniversary, that's to say 1992. So you have the 14802 with the Salmon dial from the same generation that was available, I believe, in both stainless steel and platinum. And you have this chronograph too that looks, again, very beautiful. And of course, you had Royal Oak perpetual calendars from around the same time period as well, which should have, I'm blanking out on the reference number, but it should be something like 25654 or something of the sort. At any rate, this is lot 41, which comes naked, so just the watch. The white gold AP Royal Oak chronograph in 39 millimeters with the Salmon dial, Salmon tapisserie dial, and the Frédéric Piguet caliber 1185 movements, and an estimated value in the range between 40,000 to 80,000 Swiss francs. All right, Jake Brooks, the Yachtmaster 40 in pink gold on Oyster Flex, or the Skeleton Santos. Both having listings near 23K. Which is a better value, and which would you pick? All right, I want to pull out exactly which skeletonized Santos you mean, because to me that makes all the difference. Yeah, for me, again, I'm a little biased, right? I say this all the time, even though I sometimes also militate against my own instinct on this. I've never been a big fan of skeletonized or open worked dials. I make exceptions for pieces that clearly show a lot of handwork in terms of how that open working is executed on the dial. If it's embellished with hand engravings and such, I kind of like it. I know it's not really the style for this watch, but certainly there's nothing that's incredibly artistic or artisanal about this open working. The new skeleton and micro rotor Santos Dumont was one of my favorite releases out of the last Watches and Wonders, as you know. This one I never really liked. I don't know if it is simply the design or the fact that it doesn't really display anything that intriguing or captivating. This watch doesn't really inspire strong feelings for me, even though it is very competently done and by all accounts a very interesting watch. But then again, right, I'm not a huge fan of the Santos. I don't like skeletonized watches much. But I will say this, that the standard Santos with its interchangeable bracelet system, which gives it a certain modularity, with the accessible price point, and with the styling that is one of the most original and most authentic designs within the horological world, it has acquired a lot of value. But that's a different price point. I feel the Santoses and Santos Dumonts of this world, that are 20,000 and above, are really an acquired taste. And I would say the same thing about this particular skeleton Santos as well. You have to love it because it will never be as movable as even a precious metal Rolex, like the Yachtmaster 40 on Oyster Flex. That watch I have always liked ever since I saw it on the wrist of Sly Stallone. So again, I'm very biased, right? You are asking me to make a choice between a watch that I really like and a watch that I am kind of lukewarm to, that I am kind of ambivalent towards. So yeah, on the secondary markets, I would most certainly go with the Yachtmaster 40. If you can find it around 22K or so, in good condition, basically, with the caveat, of course, you might have to get the Oyster Flex renewed, or rather sized correctly for your own wrist. Yeah, I just love this watch. I love the fact that it has red writing. some people think that the Rolex alloy of pink gold, the so-called Ever Rose, is a little coppery. I don't necessarily disagree, and for me it can be too much on the matching bracelet as well. But here I think it is a striking contrast with the rubber of the Oyster Flex band, the frosted and polished finish of the ceramic bezel insert, and the so-called intense black dial. I love this watch in so many ways, and it's also the kind of watch, by the way, JB, that your Rolex authorized dealer might get you to. I know you are not really working towards something really big on that front anymore, so you might not necessarily need a purchase to grease those wheels. But if you can't find a great deal for a watch that is in great condition, because I know you are picky, right? You wouldn't want a banged up, Everose 40 Yachtmaster just because it's cheaper than the list price, right? You'll probably look for something pristine, potentially unworn, and if that saves you just a few $1,000, would you rather bite the bullet and pay a little more at retail in a way to enhance your spending history with your Rolex AD? That would be my question. Because again, JB, for me, it's a very clear-cut clinical decision. It's the Everose Yachtmaster on Oyster Flex for me every day of the week, twice on Sunday. I love the juxtaposition of the rubber band of the Oyster Flex bracelet with the precious metal. I think it brings something more, something better, something more casual, more relaxed, more amenable for everyday wear out of Everose, which can, on a matching bracelet, be too flashy. I mentioned this before, especially with the new titanium Yachtmaster 42, but with the Yachtmaster series in general, it was conceived to become the Submariner 2.0. And before the release of the titanium Yachtmaster, the RLX Yachtmaster 42, for me, this was it, right? This was kind of like the more modern, flashier, blingier version of the Submariner, a Submariner 2.0, so to speak, without really giving up on some of the traditional elements of the watch, which here is most distinctly carried in the red writing on the black dial. Nick Butter, thank you so much for your contribution as well. Let me read your chat as I make my way back to the auction website as well. $10, the Yachtmaster is the better choice. Hey, thank you for sharing your take as well, but everyone has their own taste. For me, skeletons just let me know I have a mechanical movement on my wrist. Again, a time-only movement can be interesting with an open work dial. And I think the Santos Dumont micro rotor skeleton is a great example of that. I don't really see the same exhibition on this particular skeleton, right? Because it really shows, and I'm pulling up the picture now, it really shows for me that the movement itself was designed to be exhibited in that new version. This was my favorite novelty from Watches and Wonders 2023 by Cartier. And this, as you can see, gives the pride of place to the micro rotor, which it actually sets with kind of a tiny model airplane that looks like Santos Dumont's own Demoiselle plane. It has the mainspring barrel at 1 o'clock and the balance wheel at 11, which it aims to display. Right? So you have something that's much more clear, much more thoughtful here, a movement and a watch that is actually designed to be skeletonized, designed for this kind of exhibition. Whereas you have here basically an open worked dial that is designed to give the feeling of, like an abstract feeling of those elongated Roman numerals that we associate so readily with Cartier. But, you know, everything else seems to be hiding behind those numerals for me. You know what I mean? But again, it's just personal taste, like Nick Butter said. So I appreciate you pointing that out, Nick, and I appreciate both of you for your contributions. It really, really does matter. It really goes right back into the channel, as you guys know, and it keeps the lights on. You guys know I've just posted today a video on 3 perpetual calendar watches at 3 different price points. And this particular lot was in my mind because my selection included Parmigiani Fleurier toric perpetual calendar with a retrograde date indicator. It's included a JLC Master Control perpetual calendar, and it included a similar self-winding perpetual calendar by Audemars Piguet that looks very similar, and that is essentially the same watch as the one you are seeing here. So I'm going to send the link to that video right here. What about 79 to 80? What are we talking about? The big block? Anyway, so we're looking at lot 47, which is an AP Kantian perpetuel self-winding perpetual calendar with a moon phase indicator in a classic 36 millimeter case with its relatively stubby lugs and the stepped bezel. It's both very elegant, but it's also, it's both a very simple, muted dress watch, but it also gives a lot of the focus to the dial itself, to the display of the calendrical functions, which is laid out in a very balanced way. This is a case designed by Jacqueline Dimier, who was Gérard Genta's protégé and who headed the design department at AP for decades. I think it's very elegant and very interesting, without really trying too hard. It's a beautiful detail, I think, that you have stainless steel heat blued hands for the calendrical functions, for the indications of triple dates on the 3 subdials. That makes it at once very legible and also harmonizes beautifully with the starry night sky of the moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock. And you have very very thin, very slender, I wanted to say, pencil hands that again are very clear and very legible in terms of reading the time, but cause minimal interruption to your reading of the calendrical functions as well. So this is a beautiful style of perpetual calendar, and I think they are relatively affordable on the secondary markets. This is one that is in good condition, very well preserved case in yellow gold. It comes with a matching yellow gold buckle, AP buckle, of course. I'm sure you can find maybe more attractive examples in different metals, maybe a full set, so on and so forth. But I think it's a very interesting watch for the price point. It has the same self-winding movement for the perpetual calendar with its contemporary Royal Oaks. But it has that dress watch aesthetic that's very slim, that's much more compact than a Royal Oak. This is a reference 25548 BA. a classic 36 millimeter, 18 karat yellow gold perpetual calendar dress watch, beautifully designed case with a stepped bezel. The piece here has a pre-auction estimate that's set between 10 to 15,000 in Swiss francs. That was lot 47. Thank you, JB. $4.99 is the Tudor Tiger Woods Prince, the funkiest late 90s chrono. The white dial looks cool, but some colors were really out there. Wow, I mean, I love the Tudor big block. Let me put that out there first. The funkiest late 90s chrono, that's a very arbitrary category. I think you can find some very odd watches from that time period. I mean, the plastic Tag Heuer Formula One chronographs, those are 90s watches, if I'm not mistaken. And they're absolutely horrendous. 90s were a very dark time in human history. I mean, joking aside, 90s were just great. That's when I came of age. Great music, even if it's not as good as 80s for me, for my taste, let's put it that way. But yeah, there were a lot of horrid designs, aesthetically speaking, when it comes to the watch designs and even clothing. So I don't know how to respond to that. What I will say is that there are also, when you, without necessarily adding tiger, when you just go for 79 to 80, right? Let's put that down in Chrono 24. Like you said, you encounter so many variations for this watch that blows your mind, with different bracelets, different dials, panda, reverse panda, Arabic numerals. Like a royal blue here with the fixed end links and on a leather band and deployant clasp. I'd like a green dial that has a guilloche finish. This looks like burgundy or plum, depending on the light. Cream. Right, panda, silver. I've seen salmon before, much more rarely, but right. This is like cream to lemon. Again, one of the tiger versions. Let's see if we can find any other interesting colors without having to go through all the pages, all the listings, so to speak. Yeah, more of a, Ferrari red, so to speak. Here, kind of a Geneva stripe finish. It was just unbelievable, the kind of variety of dials they had, with colors and finishes that they never had for Rolex. And that kind of tradition, as you know, continues with Tudor. Rolex still uses Tudor to to indulge in materials, dial color choices, design variations that they would never risk, that they would never try in the Rolex lineup. Right? You have a panda with a silver background, like a silver panda. We have looked at the yellow examples. Yeah, again, without necessarily passing final judgment on whether it's the funkiest chronograph of the 90s, I think that dubious honor belongs to the Tag Heuer Formula One watch, which is a quartz chronograph. That is a plastic case. Let's see. I've seen this in Salmon, and it was absolutely beautiful. Right here. Right here. Look at that. Yeah, love it. Love all the variations they had of the big block, whether it was in the Tiger series or not, with fixed end links and on colorful leather straps or on full bracelets. Some of the more traditional colors and designs, others that were more out there, like you said. Honestly, I like them all. The reference 79 to 80 is stunning. You know that they're going to bring it back in some shape or form, since they had, in fact, included in the now canceled or postponed 10th edition of the Only Watch a gold version, kind of their John Player special, with a new Christie prototype caliber. So that aesthetic is going to come back. Of course, the original big block, the reference 79 to 80, was powered by Valjoux ETA 7750. I hope they make something smaller, more compact, more streamlined, since they are designing a movement from scratch. I know they can. I know they might not, because I think a Tudor chronograph has to be distinguished in more ways than one than the Rolex Daytona. It can't be just the layout of the dial, so chances are that they will still make it a big block intentionally, even though with their own with their integrated Christie manufacture, they can certainly make something that's a little more sleek, that's a little less blocky. But it's coming back. It's coming back in one shape or form, in some shape or form, and it's going to be a good watch. I really like this one, the so-called Prince Chronograph 1. Both the oversized dial sub-dials and the discrete dates window there at 3 o'clock. I think it's a beautiful design. I somehow hope they come out with something that's a little more sleek, a little more streamlined, but I know they will try to make it a chunky monkey so that it's a little different than what you have in the Rolex Daytona, which is a much more classical design, even in its proportions. Yeah, beautiful. The only thing about the Tudor Big Block, I'm talking about the Neo Vintage version, the 90s version. If you have been collecting watches for a while, you know, in the early 2000s, even in the 2010s, until the release of the 116500 LN, until the ceramic bezel craze raised the aspiration for a Rolex Daytona to a fever pitch. The Tudor Big Block chronos were very cheap. So if you have lived through those times and didn't buy one of those watches, chances are that you would have a hard time convincing yourself to purchase one at today's price points. They have calmed down a little bit. They have come down a little bit. In fact, quite a bit since the market started dipping. But it might still be a bitter pill to swallow for a more seasoned collector who has known better days. But relatively speaking, from a stylistic standpoint, from a design standpoint, honestly, I like the Big Block. I even like it better than what Tudor has in their catalog today. So that's my perspective on it. I look forward to the Big Block coming back to the catalog. If you have been following me, you know I'm a big fan of the 5960 as well. In so many ways, I think of the 5960 as a kind of modern, a contemporary 1518, right? Because the achievement of the 1518, when it was released as the first serially produced perpetual calendar chronograph wristwatch in 1941 was the fact that it squeezed in so many complications, the two useful and prestige complications in such a neat package. And for me, the 5960, which combines annual calendar, which when it came out in 1996 was proprietary to Patek Philippe, exclusive to Patek Philippe, and the self-winding flyback chronograph, which also pointed towards a new age for Patek chronographs after Patek introduced its in-house caliber already with the hand-wound CH29. So I think the 5960 is, in that sense, like a more utilitarian, more contemporary, you might say even more youthful version, a second coming in the 21st century of that sort of Patek genius, which has the good taste of putting a combination of different complications in a nice, neat, compact package. In this particular example that you're looking at, we have a 40 millimeter 18 karat pink gold case, which combines beautifully with the black dial. You have what is essentially a very beautiful and again tidy design, that crosshair style single chronograph register, which has at its center a 12-hour counter, beautifully framed with a gold ring, and in the form of two distinct rows, it has also 60-minute counter, which goes from 0 to 30 in the outer row, and from 30 to 60 in the concentric circle. That single chronograph register also houses a very discrete day and night indicator, right, in the form of a small porthole at 6 o'clock. At 12 o'clock, there is a plus minus style power reserve indicator, and the 3 calendar indications for the 3 date indications for the annual calendar are laid out in the scalar form around 10 o'clock the day of the week, exactly at 12 o'clock the date, and around 2 o'clock the month. And on top of that, again, annual calendar function, you get a self-winding flyback chronograph, which is pretty cool, very impressive. Column wheel, vertical clutch, so you can use the centrally deployed seconds hand for your seconds hand, even though there's no sub-dial for seconds, without expanding from your power reserve. and without having to introduce any extra wear and tear on the movements. And that power reserve is very respectable, if not necessarily impressive, which is 55 hours when the watch is fully wound. And another great thing about the 5960, by the way, is how this watch has a different air from one metal to another. Hey, Fries, how are you, man? Nice to see you. This is my... Okay, I got myself confused. I want to say my French friend who lives in Bavaria. Not to be confused with Fries with Mayo, who is my Belgian friend who works in Geneva. Number one, thank you. I appreciate your kind words. Please hit the like button if you like this show. I was talking about how the 5960, from one variation to another, is almost a different watch, right? When you, for example, when you look at the 5960 in stainless steel, right? 5960 line 1A. That has a couple of variations with the black dial, which has a limited production, having an unconscionable premium attached to it. But as you can see, this watch on its 5-row beads of rice style matching bracelets has a completely different look and feel compared to the 5960R that we were looking at, which is quite different than the 5960P. Let me see, I will just choose the platinum as case material here, which has a different look. Right, even though it's another white metal, right? Quite a different dial, quite a different presentation. And then the white gold version is very intentionally designed to look like this pilot watch, right? It has like a matte blue dial as opposed to the sunburst blue two-tone dial of the platinum version, and it's matched with this leather, calfskin leather strap with contrast stitching to again convey that particular vibe. And as an Easter egg, by the way, if you look here, the 5960G has the so-called tasti tondi, right? Those round pushers that are associated with the iconic Patek Philippe chronograph reference 1463. The round pushers with conical tops and that peculiar guilloche decoration that's here can be reimagined as a propeller or something. I think that's pretty cool. 5960 is an amazing watch. Nick Butter says, hello everyone, I hit the like button. Did you? Yes, please vote in our poll and hit the like button while you're at it. Actually, let me finish that poll. I'm gonna make a new one. I had asked whether Roman numerals are kosher on the dial of a Rolex Daytona. 40% said hell yeah, 60% said fuck no. Kind of like my state of mind, right? As I said, some days I love it, some days I hate it. It's pretty much, you know, here and there. But of course, the tendency is to associate Roman numerals with a dressier style. So most people resisted that. The new one will be which metal do you prefer for Patek 5960? White gold, stainless steel, platinum, or pink gold? Yeah, if money were no object, right? And if you actually like the watch, which metal would you prefer for the Patek reference 5960, which combines an annual calendar with a self-winding chronograph with flyback functionality? So let's see what you guys think of that. And if you haven't hit the like button yet, please do that while you vote. We were looking at the lot 58 of Christie's rare watches, an auction that's going to take place on November 6th at 3 p.m. in Geneva. You're looking at the 5960R 40 millimeter 18 karat pink gold case, which it combines with a classic black dial. The piece is from 2012, and it does arrive with its full suite of original accessories. Of course, the presentation box and outer packaging is there, but so is the certificate of origin, the product literature, and the leather folder to hold all the documents, not to mention the 18 carats pink gold deployant clasp that carries the Calatrava cross as well to match this pink gold case. This is lot 58, which is expected to fetch an amount in the range between 40,000 to 60,000 Swiss francs. Nice. Yeah, Fries agrees. I do appreciate the variety they have for the Tudor big block. Again, reference 79 to 80. And some dial colors I like more than others, but there's so much out there that, it's hard to settle with one. Of course, the classic Panda is great. The silver Panda is great. The kind of guilloche dials they have are great as well, even though they are probably stamped guilloche. It's certainly not engine turned by hand, not at that price point, not at that level. And yeah, the salmon one, if you can come across it, is a pretty unique one. It looks maybe too classical, but I kind of like that as well. I dig it. We have a lefty King Midas that is part of this auction as well. It is, in fact, lot 76. Of course, one of the most desired things about this King Midas watch is the presentation box itself, which is designed like this Greek urn. I will show it in a minute. Unfortunately, this particular example at lot 76 does not arrive with such a presentation box. This was never officially confirmed, but that's part, of course, for Rolex. But the King Midas is said to have been designed by Gérard Jantin. It was introduced in 1962, I believe, in the early 1960s. And it was later absorbed into the Cellini lineup in the 70s. It is appreciated for its characteristic asymmetrical shape, by the fact that it is a nice chunk of gold, right? It's a very hefty watch. It might even surprise you by the weight that it has if you ever come across it and if you ever get to handle it, because it doesn't look like a large watch, but it is a lot of gold. And of course, it was the left-handed winding crown was inspired by the legend itself, right? Because King Midas turns everything that he touches with his left hand to gold. So there's that little cool detail. And it was a watch that was worn by Elvis as well, right? We remember Elvis by all sorts of watches. The King Midas sometimes doesn't come to mind, but I think it should. This watch, I've never been to Graceland, but apparently his example of the King Midas is displayed at his home, Graceland. And it's pretty cool. As you can see, there's an engraving of the model name that flanks the winding crown, the left-hand winding crown, and unlike most Rolex watches, this is a limited edition which is again inscribed on the watch. The specific number of the watch in the series is inscribed, very much like the Texan, right, which was another limited edition with the famous sweeping seconds quartz powered beta 21 movements. From the back. And here is the presentation box, which is not included in this lot, but should be of historical and aesthetic interest because it's just so stunning and so over the top. But you know, in an important sense, that's what that watch presented, right? It was the heaviest Rolex watch. It was the most expensive Rolex watch at the time. So it's deserved this sort of over-the-top presentation as well. Unfortunately, lot 76 doesn't include this presentation box, but it is a very nicely preserved example of the King Midas from around 1970. The case is numbered 510. The reference number of the model is 9630 in 18 karat yellow gold. The piece has an estimated value that ranges between 12,000 to 18,000 in Swiss francs. What is going on? We have two very ostentatious examples of jam sets, contemporary Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronographs. So platinum examples of the 52 quote unquote 70. Of course, the jam set versions are 5271. One with emeralds and one with rubies. Those watches are going to be coming up on the block as lot 63 and 64. This is the 5271 line 12P-001. The 5270 is even larger than its predecessor, 5970, which was right around 40 millimeters. This is a bigger case that has also the additional presence that is emphasized by its design. I want to say 41 millimeters with those spider-like beveled lugs, which are here further accentuated by the gem setting. Right, you have the baguette cut rubies on the bezel as well as on the lugs. You also have a single baguette cut ruby at 12 o'clock and centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand that complements the color scheme of the watch, since it is in fire red as well. I think this is something that entirely depends on your taste, but the dial layout is slightly different from previous generations of Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar chronographs too, when it comes to 5270 or 5271. The day-night indicators and the leap year indicators are here glimpsed through round porthole-like openings at the lower half of the dial, with the leap year indicator roughly situated at 4:30 and the day-night indicator again roughly situated at 7:30. And of course you have the pointer date at 6 o'clock, which encircles the moon phase indicator. You have the two wickets beautifully framed above the signature at 12 o'clock, respectively, for the day of the week and for the month. And between 3 and 4 o'clock, you have the 30 minutes totalizer. Between 8 and 9, you have the continuous running seconds. And as you can see, the Calatrava cross on the matching platinum déployant clasp is also set, also surrounded by rubies as well, which is a very elegant and interesting touch. And of course, the 5270 and 5271 has Patek's proprietary movement. This generation of Patek Perpetual calendars are based on the in-house Patek hand-wound chronograph movements, CH29, 531 PS to be specific. Of course, that's beautiful black polished cap on the column wheel is part of Patek's signature in their take on these chronograph movements. And even the screw goes in to a very nicely mirror polished countersink. This is lot 63, which is a Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar chronograph, 5271 line 12P001, meaning it is a platinum cased contemporary Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar chronograph, powered by their in-house movement and set with rubies at 12 o'clock on the dial, on the bezel, and on the lugs. This is a premium lot, and the piece has an estimated value between 400,000 to 600,000 in Swiss francs. Lot 64, same story, but this time with emeralds. So the color scheme is similarly repeated as well. As gem setting, you have the single emerald at 12 o'clock. The bezel is also set with emeralds, and so are the lugs. And you also have the centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand, which matches the color scheme of the dial, since it's also in green. This watch too has a lacquered black dial, just like its ruby set counterpart. And once again, the gem setting carries over to frame even the Calatrava cross on the déployant strap of this statement piece. Apparently, both of these pieces were bought from Patek's. I think I'm given to understand that they were both bought from the Geneva Salon. And they are all understood to be in extremely limited quantities, certainly less than 10, with about a handful of examples known from each variety. The emerald one is perhaps more rare and desirable, and as you can see here at lot 64, it has an estimated value that's set in the range between 500,000 to 1 million Swiss francs. There's also an incredible selection of Breguet pieces here, starting from lot 80. We talked about the Breguet Versailles at 80 and 81 in yellow gold and pink gold. Again, as always, I'm just gonna drop the link here. So if you want me to pull up any of these watches and have me go back, that will be just fine. Just send in the lot number. These are tourbillon pieces with very distinct half hunter cases that open from the front, right? You have this sort of, again, portal-like opening, which gives you just that reading of time from the off-center dial, of course, as always, produced in the tradition of Breguet from a gold blank, silvered, engine turned by hand. And as you can see, that case top is similarly decorated by Guilloche, and it opens to this, which this was a watch celebrating the 200th anniversary of Abraham Louis Breguet acquiring a patent for his tourbillon. But since I talked about those pieces already, I wanted to take a look at some of the perpetual calendars. I don't know how did I skip over them? Right here. This is a beautiful one that combines a perpetual calendar with the tourbillon. You have a fantastic 40 millimeter platinum case and entirely open worked dial, which still gives its pride of place at 6 o'clock to a slightly oversized tourbillon cage, beautifully tapered and hand engraved tourbillon bridge that is set with heat blued screws, which match the tones of all those stainless steel hands that are similarly thermally treated. You have a seconds hand that pivots on the tourbillon, and that shows the 60 seconds in the form of these two crescent-like scales that are each 30 seconds and that are in the form of upward-facing crescents from that 6 o'clock position. You have the off-center dial, which has in the form of a downward-facing crescent a retrograde date indicator, which shows the date with a serpentine hand. And which, of course, snaps back at the beginning of each month. You have at 8 o'clock the indicator for the day of the week, and at 4 o'clock the month. And of course, when you look at the back here, the movement itself has open worked ridges, which are hand engraved as well. Very beautiful piece in a platinum case that is, of course, executed in the Breguet Empire style, right, with an entirely fluted case band and with the extended teardrop shaped lugs. The watch comes with a matching platinum Breguet déployant clasp, and lot 82 has an estimated value that is set in the range between 60,000 to 100,000 Swiss francs. Please hit the like button, by the way. That always helps, as you guys know. For a small channel, especially like mine, one or two more likes can make or break a video, a live stream. It's between the algorithm pushing things forward or not, right? So if you're hesitating in any way, please do hit the like button. And while you're at it, once the live stream is over in about 20 minutes, please leave a comment as well. It can be a question. It can be really just some nice words, or as Archie used to say, something nasty and vicious. I can take it. I'm a big boy. So please do those sorts of interactions too. Help the video, but most importantly, are very meaningful for me too, because it helps me help you. So I love it. Gone Dog, hey, how are you? Great to catch the back end of the stream. We'll watch it all through later. Thank you. For me, that's the biggest compliment, really. If someone watches some of the interviews I do, some of these live streams that I record on a regular basis, after the fact, that means a lot to me. So I do appreciate you. We're looking at another Breguet Classique perpetual calendar, this time a much more muted affair, reference 3050. Very classically sized, 36 millimeters in yellow gold. Again, similar styled case with that domed and polished bezel, entirely fluted case band, extended teardrop lugs. You have, once again, a dial that's produced out of a gold blank, engine turned by hand, silvered, beautiful Clou de Paris hobnail sort of pattern. The Roman numerals are laid out on a Breguet frosted track as hour markers. You have an aperture at 6 o'clock for the moon phase indicator, a French calendar, which has at 9 o'clock the day of the week, at 3 o'clock a pointer date, and at 12 o'clock the month. That month also encircles an indicator for the leap year. The hands are in classic Breguet house style, apple-shaped, so to speak, pomme, as they call it in French. And as Abraham Louis Breguet used to do it in his own way, there are two plaques on the dial. Within those subdials, in this case, at 9 o'clock and at 3 o'clock, one carries the signature of the brand, the other carries the number of the movement, which is unique to this watch. If you were watching the show from the beginning, you remember how I was talking about the Chopard 1860 LUC's two-tone dial, right? The salmon dial, which was produced from a white gold blank and which had all these different sectors framed by a kind of coin edging where the white gold peeks through. Here, it's the same silvered look, but as you can see here too, every single sector, right, inside the subdial, framing the subdial, framing the center of the dial, framing the hour track, separating it from the minute track, etc. You have an additional layer, an additional frame that adds so much dimensionality, so much depth, and in such a subtle fashion to this dial that makes it look absolutely balanced, yet also incredibly detailed in a non-overbearing way. The hands are, of course, stainless steel, heat blued, which coordinates beautifully both with the night sky of the moon phase indicator, but also the sapphire cabochon, which tops off the crown. Beautiful self-winding perpetual calendar by Breguet, the Breguet Classique reference 3050 from around 1990, with a pre-auction estimate for lots 83 in the range between 20,000 to 40,000 in Swiss francs. Speaking of perpetual calendars, we saw one that combined the perpetual calendar with a retrograde date indicator and the tourbillon. It had also an open work dial. We had a more classic, restrained, simple, if not simplistic example at lot 83. At lot 84, we have an example of a Breguet perpetual calendar that combines it with a chiming function with a minute repeater. This is a bigger watch in platinum, The case is 41 millimeters. Reference 5447. Classique Grande Complication by Breguet. As you can see, the variety of different patterns, different kinds of decorations here that are engine turned by hand on the dial, even more varied. You also have the two secret Breguet signatures that flank the Roman numeral at 12 o'clock. All the hands are again fashioned out of stainless steel, styled in that distinctive Breguet aesthetic for the hour and minutes. You have another retrograde indicator here, which is very interestingly placed as a fan-like scale between 9 o'clock and 12 o'clock. That is the retrograde month indicator, which is very fascinating, of course, right? You can have something to look forward to on the New Year's Eve. And of course, you have a leap year indicator and a moon phase indicator as well. And if you look closer to the moon phase, you'll see that the moon is given that anthropomorphic treatment, which endows it with a certain facial expression. And of course, even that negative space under the cutout itself is very effectively used with a kind of pattern that makes that place look so much more like clouds. And once again, you have that classic Breguet style case with slightly with a domed bezel, polished, extended teardrop lugs, and an entirely fluted case band. And you have an exhibition case back, which has a movement that is inspired by the architecture of classic pocket watches, and with the three-finger bridges that are in this case hand engraved, along with many other aspects of the movement. The piece has a swan neck regulator and two stainless steel hammers that are artfully black polished. And of course, you also have the Breguet signature as well as the movement number hand engraved on the bridge as well. What a beautiful, beautiful piece. This is lot 84 for a chiming platinum perpetual calendar with a retrograde indicator for months and indicators for the moon phase and the leap year. This is the Breguet Classique Grande Complication, reference 5447 from around 2008. The piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 75,000 to 125,000 Swiss francs. Okay, let me do two more watches, and I will have to leave you for the night. Let's do two Vacheron Constantin pieces. Lot 86 is Malt Tourbillon, the classic barrel-shaped case, the tonneau-shaped case that has these stepped lugs that are styled like the falcon's talons. Very sensual, almost splaying out ever so slightly. I think it's a beautiful style. One of the things that Vacheron Constantin does is these sorts of aesthetic details in terms of their designs that perhaps can be most easily associated with the way they do something special with their lugs. Of course, we all know Corne de Vache, which is resurrected as a chronograph, 1955, in their Historique series, which Vacheron Constantin takes extra pride in, since they are the longest continuously operating watchmaker in the entire world. But in the Malt series, whether we are looking at the earlier examples of round-cased watches they had in these series, or the more recent Malt series, which almost exclusively has these barrel-shaped pieces, you can see it in the lugs that almost seem to be an abstract reference to, again, the symbology of the brands, which of course has the Maltese cross at its center, and that's at 12 o'clock. This is a sumptuous watch, really. You have an oversized tourbillon cage at 6 o'clock, which of course is distinguished by the way it incorporates an open-worked Maltese cross into its design. You have a platinum case that measures 36 by 47.5 millimeters. The platinum case of the watch is matched by a platinum Vacheron Constantin buckle. This is the reference 30066. The piece also has a pointer date at 2 o'clock, as well as a power reserve indicator that is at 10 o'clock, and a guilloche decorated dial that has an hour track that looks like it's etched by so many rays of the sun on the hour track. This is also a very stunning watch, inside and out, front and back. Lot number 86 for a Vacheron Constantin Malt tourbillon in a platinum tonneau-shaped case with a date indicator and power reserve as well, and an estimated value in the range between 20,000 to 40,000 in Swiss francs. And Big Daddy by Vacheron Constantin at lot 87 to finish off the night. This is a limited series, Grand Complication, a perpetual calendar combined with 1 minute tourbillon, which you can see in a cage at 6 o'clock. That's displayed through a cutout. The piece also has equation of time, shows time of sunrise and sunset, as well as its power reserve. The 3 subdials are juxtaposed with the tourbillon cage, with the month at 12 o'clock, the pointer date at 3 o'clock, and the day of the week at 9 o'clock. The equation of time is expressed as a fan-like scale between the day of the week and the month, and the leap year indicator is a discrete diminutive subdial that overlaps with the subdial for months at 12 o'clock. The times for the sunrise and sunsets flank the tourbillon cage at 6 o'clock. And again, this is a 1 minute tourbillon, which is styled in a way that doubles up as a seconds indicator at 6 o'clock. This is a very gorgeously styled platinum case that is slightly oversized, for my taste at least, 44 millimeters in diameter. The watch comes with a full suit of its accessories, a matching Vacheron Constantin déployant clasp in platinum, the original guarantee certificate from 2012, the passport for the watch, its certificate for the Geneva seal dated 2011, a photocopy of the original purchase invoice, a document from a recent service in this year, 2023, a magnifying glass, a travel pouch, and the original presentation box, as well as its outer packaging, is included. Approximately 10 pieces have been made, and the retail price was, at the time of its release in 2012, 511,000 Swiss francs. This is lot 83, a limited edition, high complication Vacheron Constantin piece in a 44 millimeter Patrimony Traditionnel platinum case, perpetual calendar with 1 minute tourbillon, equation of time, time of sunrise and sunset, as well as a power reserve indication. The piece is expected to realize a final hammer price between 60,000 to 120,000 in Swiss francs. Here is a look at the movement, which is stunningly decorated and which carries the Geneva seal. That is, by the way, a power reserve indicator that is mounted on the movements. A very impressive 14 days, 4 barrels coupled in 2 pairs. A fascinating piece, beautifully decorated and exhibited. And here displayed with the original set of its accessories and documents. This is once again lot 87 with an estimated value with a pre-auction estimate that's set in the range between 60,000 to 120,000 in Swiss francs. Chris, hey, how are you doing, man? This was actually the last watch, the last thing I was covering tonight. I'm going to take off. I think you can see it in my face that I am completely exhausted. It's only Monday. Well, it's past midnight now. We have just made it to Tuesday, but it's already been a long week for me. So I hope you understand. We have gone once again for more than 4 hours. I talked to you a little bit about my recent visit to the Chopard flagship boutique at South Coast Plaza. I'm incredibly grateful to Jean-Louis, Melissa, and Ken, who came all the way from Switzerland. And we talked about the Rare Watches auction, which is coming up on November 6th at Christie's Geneva. Once again, if you want to support the channel, you know how. All the links are included in the video description. The super chats, super stickers, and super thanks, which you can add as a comment to the videos, are always welcome. In either case, any comment you leave on the video, just like the likes you give to the video, are, for me, incredible gestures of your support, and they actually help push the channel forward. And so does your viewership night in, night out, with your interactions from the chats. I really appreciate that. I also want to single out St. Peter Alireza, who is also a member of the channel, with his access to exclusive content, as well as Jake Brooks, Nick Butter, and Jake Brooks again with multiple super chats. It really makes all the difference, and it really, really does help, guys. So I really appreciate it. I'll be with you with more contents and another live stream tomorrow night. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, wear your watches and enjoy them. I'll see you in the next one. Take care.